Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we're back in Satisfactory today, which is a regular Satisfactory stream. I've had a couple of bonus streams earlier in the week, and we're getting real close to turning on the aluminum, which we need because we need to make the aluminum sheets for the Mark V belts for the rest of the factory. So we need to get this back online. And it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. We had a couple of newcomers into the stream yesterday, and so if there's anybody new here today, or if you're new on YouTube at Joel Duggan VODs on YouTube, which is where I archive all of the stream footage that I do, feel free to ask questions. If you've got questions about the game, I've been playing for over 1,000 hours in this save over the last few years, and I've put together a couple of other saves as well, so I'm not like crazy knowledgeable, but I got a good handle on the basics. And so anybody that's new, I can certainly point you in the right direction. So to recap what we did on the last stream, we hooked up the water to each one of these 9 refineries. You can see the water going in there. We have already hooked up the bauxite, although it's not flowing yet. We haven't hooked it up to the main line. All of these then make alumina solution, which is that, and that goes into the next set of machines, and it's just a 1-to-1. And then we have got coal coming in a layer below because I decided to make a subfloor to the subfloor. I did not allow myself enough space. We were retrofitting an old space, so I kind of was stuck with the area that I had going. So that's where we've got things laid out. And the last but not least, we have to figure out what's happening with the scrap that's going up to the next floor and the concrete that has not been set up yet. I was thinking about putting it out this way. However, I feel like we should bring it back to the main bus. I feel like we should try to get the concrete back out to what will be the main bus coming through here. So the plan is to first eliminate the top floor up here because this is all no longer needed, and that is going to affect how we design the scrap coming up right here. So that's the scrap coming up from below, and I need to know what I'm dealing with up here for a floor. So mission 1 is to empty our inventory and get a few things sorted. Where does that go? Up there. So we will have to delete some things. That's fine. MindTripMedia used 100 bits to kick off the stream. Lurking and cooking while watching the stream. Appreciate the lurk. What are you making for dinner when you get a chance to answer? Dinner? Lunch? I was checking out some social media stuff the other day, and it's funny how around the Maritimes people refer to dinner as lunchtime in some rural areas. Dinner for me is like supper time, dinner time, 5 p.m. Well, I eat a lot later. I eat like 8, but like that kind of time. Lunch is lunch, breakfast is breakfast. But in New Brunswick, which is just one province over from me, dinner is very often, especially in rural New Brunswick, dinner is very often like the noontime kind of meal. All right, let's just put all of these things away in the right spots. Because we are going to need the space. It might actually be better just to put it on in a bin on its own. And is there another bin down here? No, I got that one. Okay. So first we've got to move some of these. And we've got to find a spot for them over here. Yeah, so I think SweetSandi in New Brunswick, especially in rural New Brunswick, there is a lot of French-speaking people, and so I want to say, is déjeuner, is that lunch in French? My French is really rusty. So I think some of it comes from like referring to things as the French word, but then eventually it just gets kind of twisted over into English. These are already empty. So we'll get some of the plates back for these belts, so that's good. I'm going to leave this there for now, because that's on another floor. I may or may not need that. Where are our... There they are, here. Yeah, we don't have very many. Not very many left. You know what? Let's just take this out too. That way I can see what's going on. So all of this needs to go. So first things first, I'll get rid of these. It's a lot of stuff. This... You know, we might be able to set up a temporary smelter. Just making stuff. That might be a good idea. So sometimes up here, I like to create like a temporary machine. Just making stuff in the background. MindTripMedia is making breakfast, prepping Thanksgiving lunch, turkey with spiced rubs, smokies, mashed potatoes. Ooh, that sounds really good. Oregon Marion berry pie. I've never heard of that. Never heard of that. And yes, happy Thanksgiving to all of my American viewers and to you, MindTripMedia. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good holiday. It's funny, I don't think much about Thanksgiving in Canada because it was a month ago for us. 2 months, month and a half ago. Right, so that's the recipe for aluminum sheets, which is all clad sheets. Sorry, which is copper ingots and aluminum ingots. So if I have any aluminum ingots on me, we should totally do that. What's that? 25, 8. So there's no aluminum ingots because none of this was powered, I guess. Right. Okay. So there's the copper. So what I can do is just create a smelter up here. This is the new recipe we're going to be using. cable. This is going to be doing pure ingot, and I can just feed that. So all this scrap that we're collecting, we can at least turn into ingots. So that's going to turn those into ingots. The ingots are going to go into here. That's not got power. And then we can output everything up to here. So that should be sheets once we get copper coming in here. And the easiest way to do that is just going to be to very quickly grab one of these belts and move it over. So while we're deleting stuff, I'll just grab, that's a merger, I want a splitter. I don't think it needs to be that big. We can probably just do... Oh, we don't have any plates. So one thing I try to do when I'm tearing things down is make sure I've got enough of that resource kind of piling up in the background temporarily. What does this need? Like 8? Yeah. And this is going to go over here somewhere. Oh, no, back here. So that'll bring that along, and this will just make all-clad sheets in the background while we tear down our previous all-clad sheet factory, and that will keep things rolling in the background. And that's hooked up to the main bus, so we should be good. Excellent. So, main belt destruction time. Get rid of all that. I'm using the new dismantle filter, which allows me to just select one thing at a time. It just means I'm not going to make any mistakes. Delete something I don't want to. Although the fact that I've used different kinds of belts everywhere is a real pain. It might be easier just to do this the regular way. I guess for some things it'll make sense. So I gotta be careful because I don't want to take care of anything down below. So all of this is stuff I want to keep. I'm doing for space, not bad. Dan Grice, hello, welcome in. And it's really warm here today. Like it's been like -5, -4 the last few days, and today it's like 10 degrees or something. 11. And I was dressed for cold weather, and just being in the studio with the computer going and stuff, it's really warm. Had a huge rainstorm overnight, like kept me up really late. It was really loud. That's a neat little setup. I'll have to remember that. So that is the silica completely unhooked. The tedious stuff is always the power. Getting rid of all that later on. It was a cool little design. I liked keeping the power underneath things and raising the platform up. And this was all made before floor holes were in the game. So there's a bunch of different design things I want to change here. What are you? You are a mistake. So this is the ceiling of our space below. Poking up through. So you can only dismantle one thing in the filter at a time. Be nice not to have these ugly, awesome sinks up here. The inventory is filling up, yeah. That's why I wanted to clear my entire inventory. Okay, getting there. So everything below me here is stuff I want to keep. So I gotta be careful. Also losing power. Does this have power? No. This does, though. Yep. Okay. Keep me flying. So we're going to have a nice, clean, open space to work with, which is going to be fun. Someone was telling me yesterday, or a couple streams ago, that there is a drop out of the sky mode for the hover pack. I have yet to test it and have it work. I think it's because I've got a key changed. Double tap C was supposed to drop you out of the sky, but I've got C set to like my customizer tool. So if that's a key, where is it? C is usually crouch. Okay, so it double tap shift then? Oh. I probably did know that. So I changed my controls to match Minecraft. So I've got shift is crouch or slide. And then alt is my sprint. And then instead of tab is this menu and then Q is this menu, I would prefer it to be E, but E is the interact button in most games. Yeah, in Minecraft, it's the inventory button. You know, the dismantle tool could be a lot buggier. It's actually pretty good. You know, you don't often end up selecting something that you don't directly point at. It's pretty good like that. They're very specific with it. I think it's a good balance. The filter now is great when you're in a tight spot. I miss anything over here? This is all quartz. And somewhere down here, there's the wall. I want to say it's this space right here. Yeah. So that doesn't have to stay there, but that'll indicate to me that we've got a wall underneath there. And so if we needed to bring up a staircase or run belts, we would have potentially this space here. Just for future planning and whatnot. Not that the top floors and the bottom floors have to match. Not at all, but I find it's good to know like where your cavity walls are, where your spaces are that you might need to run belts, that kind of thing. I fully expected to have a full inventory by now. That's right. We'll go dump it right after I clear these belts. I think the hypertube is down here. Yep. Oh, with the old and with new? Yeah. Well, the new is going to be more efficient. So previously we needed silica to make these guys, these aluminum ingots, and now all we need is smelters. Scrap to alumina. It's great. We don't have as much scrap as I thought kicking around. How are we doing for sheets? Oh, that's not bad. We'll get a few. So I've got a lot of silica in my inventory. Do I have space for silica yet? It don't look like I do. Nope. Let's put it here, I guess. It's too bad that that blows itself out so much. Can't really see what it is. All of this is going to eventually be moved anyway. Don't remember what that one is. That is reinforced plates. Some of this stuff we can just keep in little bins. What I'm missing, which is what I had in my other playthrough, is a sushi belt, like just a way to dump everything onto one belt. I plan to do that. The idea behind these is that there was going to be room for splitters, smart splitters, to pull everything into that top one, and then they filter down just like Minecraft chests. But I never set this belt up. It was not a thing that I did. Because I knew after I built this area that it was going to have to move. Some of this stuff we can just put back in here. Almost there. Oh, hey, look. Another thing of silica. Just going to waste. That's weird. I wonder why I did that. I guess I was siphoning that off for my own Probably. I didn't even realize that was there. The hover pack does not have further reach. No, it's the same. I wouldn't mind it being like some sort of game unlock where you have to put more technology into it, build a different hover pack, like build a hover pack Mark II. You know, they did that with the jetpack. They now allow you to burn all kinds of different fuels in the jetpack. And what's nice about that is that each fuel has a different characteristic. So turbo fuel goes higher, faster, but burns quicker. The fuel that I use currently in my jetpack is biofuel, and that burns slower, so you're in the air longer, which is good for what I'm doing currently. And then there's diluted fuel, biofuel. So you could use biofuel early on. You don't have to have like oil set up. So as soon as you unlock oil in the game now and you get access to the jetpack, you can use it with biofuel. You don't have to go set up refineries and do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, doing something similar with the hover pack would be great. You know, have one that's good for range, have another one that's good for speed, but you know, shorter range. Because imagine, I mean, I guess they want you to use the zip lining stuff for using power lines. But imagine if you could have a shorter range but faster speed with the hover pack. That means that you could travel along your power lines quickly. But I mean, I guess that's what they wanted to do with the zip line. I don't find the zip line all that different. And apparently you're supposed to hold a button to go faster, but I don't know what that button is. I can't seem to find it. Shift, I think, drops you off of the wire. So we don't have to keep this height. The height of this room could change if we want to, because everything above it will eventually change as well. We might not even need that third floor, honestly. It might not be a thing that has to happen. At least, I mean, like, we'll need it, just maybe not for aluminum production. We should be able to do it on our own. All right, let's cover this up. Just so we don't fall down. And then we need to put in the holes here. Right, there's the other bits there. That's those three, and then there's another three down this way that we have not yet put in. So I might not use these. I don't like that Z fighting, so we'll have to figure out what's happening there. It'll be the same thing along here. This doesn't have to be here. All right, so in this space, we've got scrap coming up, and we will need, if I can get my spreadsheet to come up, not working. So we are going down the line here. So we've got 3,240 aluminum scrap coming up from the bottom floor. And that's on 9 lifts or 5 lifts. It looks like it's going to be on 9. And then we've got smelters. And we're making pure aluminum ingots, which is an alt recipe. We need 54 smelters. So I've got a note here that says 6 rows of 9 or 3 rows of 18. I'm best 9 rows of 6 would also work. And I think that's probably what we'll end up doing because of this 9 here. So then it's going to be 60 aluminum scrap per minute per machine. And that makes 30 aluminum ingots, and then it comes out the back here. And that's going to go on to something else. So if we're going to be making 6 rows of 9. So 9 rows of 6. So each belt has got 360 and it needs 60. So each lift would need 6 smelters on it. And really we could point them in either direction. So smelters are not very big. And each one of these needing 6 is can't really point them that way. We'd probably have to, yeah, we'd probably do 6 across here. So if we did that on each line, we don't have any room for output. What I would probably end up doing is raising these up. And so they'd be... We would do the same thing we did before. Make sure that this has like a subfloor. We could use this space up here, but that would make this place a little bit crowded. Because I do sort of like the idea of being able to see down to the area below. It's kind of fun. The run button for faster zipline? No, and I don't have my zipline thing on me. Oh, I do. So, crouch button drops you off. And then the sprint button makes you jump. Spacebar makes you jump. Yeah. I don't know how to go faster on the zipline. So I'm not sure. You're supposed to be able to go a lot faster on them. I mean, it's better when it's longer, obviously. Like if you take this and make it as long as you can. It might be that I've got the hover pack on too. But that drops you off. Yeah, I've not really liked this either. But both of them drop me off, so I don't know what you do to go faster. Yeah, my sprint button drops me off of it. So yeah, I feel like this is probably the smartest way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we just have to do one for every line. I like the way that they're pointing. So one advantage we would have if we put them into the ceiling and we didn't have a giant hole is that once we get to the other side of this floor hole, we can change them to point this way, right? But if each one is going to do 6, I don't need them to be on this side at all. We could have them all on one side. So at that point, I've got to figure out which direction I want to put them in, because then I've got all this space to do whatever I want. And previously, this entire floor was all making ingots, and now we're going to be able to do it in like a third the space. That's another reason why I decided to take this recipe. So each line does 6. Like I could put all 6 down this way. So let's go 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So that actually would fit here if I gave them a little bit of wiggle room. And then each one had its own spot, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we don't need to space them out like this, but we could. But I don't see the need to space them out. Smelters, I find, look better when you're just kind of pouring them all into one space. If anything, where I want space is on the front and the back. You know? Because we could have a wall hole going in here. And then I feel like they'd go side by side. No, they don't quite. They don't quite go side by side. So we might want to do, because I was thinking we could do lifts. But then we would have to be center. So if we want it to look like that, we'd have to put them on the center of each thing. Which looks cool. It's not bad. It beats having a splitter out here, because then the splitter would end up being in here. And so that would be the underside of everything. Like that. And ultimately that would take up the 6 tiles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we would just have to have this go into there each time. But then we'd have to figure out what's happening with the output for each line. So we'd have to have at least a space like that. So very quickly, it outpaces the spacing of these 3 here. So I don't know, it might be worth it to hide it in the ceiling. The decision I'm trying to come up with is like, you know, what's going to look better down here. It is really cool to have that open gap. I've done it before in other factories. But if we do it like this, then we have more options upstairs for space. Anybody have any preference? Is there room for all 9 rows? Well, we can infinitely expand this. So this part of Devastator has got no walls, no boundaries. Like I can do it whatever. There's the edge over there. Like that's the edge of the factory there. So we've got a lot of space. But yeah, for all 9, it'd be 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just be another 3. 7, 8, 9. Plus room, like still lots of room. I mean, I guess we could put all the aluminum on this side and then make the sheets and stuff the other side, because the other stuff that has to happen close by is going to be the all-clad aluminum sheets, which are in assemblers, and there's only 6 of those. They don't take up very much room. And then we need 16 constructors, and constructors are roughly a tile, so they're not bad either. So that's pretty straightforward. So 16 constructors, I mean, those will fit. If I did the smelting over there, then the constructors would fit there. Yeah, I really feel like this would be straightforward. It's just a matter of figuring out how to handle these belts of 360. I mean, what I would end up doing likely is... Yeah, see, spacing them out like that. Your first 3 outpace these quite quickly. So I don't know what you do. Like, do I make these higher and have like a stack of 3 belts that loops around? Because I'd like to have at least some space when you come in. So there's a cavity wall here. This is the outside, at least for now. So I'd like to have at least a tile and a half. So I could move these 1 bit closer, but I wouldn't want to go any farther than that. But if I do that, that's not going to line up as far as like belts go. Oh, actually it does. Look at that. So we could make that work. But then again, you know, you're up to here for this one, which could point sideways, but I don't want to turn it. I don't want to twist it. I could put it into a floor hole and then delete the thing, the foundation. Either way, I need to go get some proper things in my inventory. And it looks like it's time for a break too. We'll do the break first, I guess. Anybody that's new to the channel, I take a break once an hour. It is about that time. First, I'm going to say hello to Perforated. Hello, good to see you. As long as you have the space in Devastator, I say go for it. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. So we'll see. We'll see what I come up with. I am going to reheat my coffee and give myself a bit of a stretch here. Do hang out. We'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. I just get to send you along the break train while that happens. And it takes care of the nighttime when we can't see anything in Satisfactory. So I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right. I guess we have to think about... You can see the space we're looking at, actually. We're looking at the back side of Devastator right now. And you can see where we just cleared out all that space and where we're going to put it all. So there's lots of room. Lots and lots of room. Thank you, SweetSandi. And yeah, I really like the look of the open space. One thing we could do, we could turn all of the lifts one specific way. And that might be something that helps. Checked the wiki about zip lines. Sprinting while ziplining speeds up movement. Nope, that's what gets me off of it. My sprint button is Alt. And so if I'm running, like this is me walking, right? And if I tap Alt, I sprint. And if I get on a power line here and get my zip line, and if I tap Alt, I fall off. So I don't know why that's not working. I have it on toggle. Alright, we need to get our inventory back, which means I need to dump this silica in here. This is going well. We'll get almost a row. That's not bad. Not bad. Alright, what do I not have? Don't have any plastic. I will need lots of that. Concrete we have lots of. Signs. I don't think I need all that cable right now. You can tell how old this setup is because I use these belts for visual reference when we didn't even have signs in the game when I built this area. Grab a little bit more of these. I find 2 stacks of everything seems to be kind of standard practice, give or take. Alright, I'm sure if we don't have something, we will discover it. Speaking of discovery, take a look at the MAM. Wood to coal? That seems like a bad idea, because Caterium is so rare. I don't think that's good. We'll just try it again. Sprint key has to be pressed each time the game is restarted and will be remembered if the toggle sprint is enabled. No idea what that makes it work or not, but that's what the wiki says. The sprint key has to be pressed each time the game is restarted. That's weird. It took me a while to get the game to recognize my left alt as the sprint key. So we have a rough idea now upstairs. What I need to do now here downstairs is finish out the rest of the design. So we've got to fill in all the concrete and stuff here. So I will get back to building down here, and I feel like we did all of this. I think for now I'll just put glass in here. And along here I was doing, oh, autosave. I was doing some railing stuff. I might try to make that lower. You can do this thing with, I think it's with pillars. So if I want that to go up by just a little bit, so like if I put that there, and I go on the pillar to that line, then I can replace that with a wall and then get that height. And so we've got that height instead of this height, which is not terribly different, but it's kind of neat. And then to get the rest, you can just put a foundation on it and just run it. They still have the corners that are funky though, which is weird. So it's not a huge difference, but it hides less. You know, like see how this kind of cuts through there? Whereas here, you can see all the middle bits. Just a little bit easier. And I could move this around if I really wanted to have those corners covered, but like I wish that was a thing that they considered when they designed the game. Is that right? No, that's not right. That's not right either. I can't tell which way it's facing. It drives me crazy. Now, thankfully, these are easier to do because we don't have any pipes coming up from this. Everything is just straight design. So we don't need to actually have the functioning pipes. These are actually carrying water in them here. We can just leave these blank. Actually, we could do something else with them, I guess. I'm not sure what we could do. It would be cool if we used... I just realized that these machines are putting out these middle pits, and if I wanted to, we could run those conveyors in there instead, right? Well, not letting me do it. So that would be a way to get to completely change the way that that's working. And have all that stuff upstairs come up. Instead of down there, it would come up over here. And it would be sort of hidden. So if we decide not to do this kind of hole in the ceiling, like all I would have to do is just run. Oh, there's a belt. There's a space right here. It wouldn't even be that hard. You just instead of going down and around to get up into the middle. Like down there, we could just send them out back. Although I guess there's only 2 spaces, but there's 3 machines. So yeah, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Hopes and dreams dashed. So I guess we have to decide if we want to do these decorative bits here at all. I guess it looks okay without anything on the top. So these ones don't have anything up there, but these ones do because that's actually the pipe that brings the water down. It looks a little bit plain, but I kind of like it. Let's use that empty space between the machines for the 3rd belt. Empty space between the machines. You mean here? Could put a 3rd belt up there, you mean? I mean, that's the other thing we could do. Instead of running things down here, we could have each one of these on the end could have like 3 nice tidy belts right there. The problem is just moving that around. Right? Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Like all that would be pretty easy to do. The trick is to keep them separate, because it makes it so much easier upstairs to have 9 belts than it does to condense them down into anything. It's a lot easier to do that way. So we're at least putting in the pillars to hide the silly ladders. Hey, there's Hunter. How's it going? Ma'am, research is complete. That silly heatsink recipe again. We're not getting anything cool. We're just getting the same 4 to 6 recipes in different orders. Oh, I did not do the middle bit. Here we go. parts done. Ceiling. Not done on that side. And I still don't know how I'm doing lights. Another thing I am not sure about. No holes over this way? Oh, we do. It is really fulfilling once you've finalized all the design stuff to just kind of run around and fill in the stuff that you want to fill in. It starts to feel a lot more feature complete. This makes it really dark in here really fast. That's the only problem. Okay, so... oh wow, this doesn't even have a floor. And these, I'm going to leave these as they are for now. I'll change them to asphalt later. So we can use the markers to build things in. 100 555, this is going all right. I have a 4-day weekend starting tomorrow. Nice, yeah. Once again, happy Thanksgiving to all of my American friends that tune in. Appreciate all of you. The new nudging is just amazing. I absolutely love it. Makes everything so much easier. Whoops, wrong button. They certainly go a lot faster your third or fourth time around. All right, that's all in. And I guess now we can switch over. That's the wrong thing. There we go. I guess what I really should do is do them first. It makes it a lot easier to see where you're placing everything. So I still don't know about what we can do along here to make that look cooler. Any ideas from chat, like what we could do for that? I don't like the traditional railings. I think they look a little bit too terrestrial for my Transformer themed ideas. It's a little bit busy. I prefer a cleaner look. Oh, 100,555. You've got a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend, and it's got nothing to do with American Thanksgiving, of course. Complete coincidence. Did you just take time off work? Is that what it is? Use the backside of signs, but it require a lot of signs. That's true. And they don't really touch. Speaking of, actually, I've got signs that I should put in on these now that I built them. I love that you can put them on foundations now. Beams, could you use the connectors in the corners? Yeah, maybe. I think the beams are going to be too thick. Plus, you can't paint the beam connectors, I don't think. I mean, I could just use the beam connectors here on their own, right? It's not terrible, but you can't change the color of these. I mean, I could use a painted beam and then I could change the color of the beam. I just feel like that's such a thick border compared to this. That solution's not terrible. It does match the black asphalt. I mean, alternatively, I could also maneuver one of these to be left or right a certain degree. I'd have to figure out how to do that. Because you can overlap them if you wanted. You want these to overlap. Like, you can nudge something like this. You can't do that small an increment. Like, that's the smallest you can do. So like, that's a full meter. That's a half meter. But this is like a quarter meter. So you can't actually do it. But if you had, I don't know. Can you not nudge these? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it does solve the corner issue. I'm not sure if I like the black. I really like the clean white from a distance. I was going to put beams along here to hide these little bits. I thought this would be cool. Thought it was here. How did I do that before? I could have sworn that I did this with a beam. Maybe I used a pillar. Don't know how I did that. I did it down here. Or maybe it's just half in the floor. Oh, these ones don't have it showing because they don't they've got lifts in front of them. That's what's going on there. It could be fun to just put lifts in here for no reason, like just to cover that gap and have that look more interesting. Like, I could just put empty lifts doing nothing. This doesn't produce anything that comes out on that, but it does look cool, right? I feel like it looks more complete. So we could do that. And then run a beam across the bottom. So that runs into the same issue. I don't know if I necessarily need the beam if I've got that stuff there. I was just looking for a way to hide all this little spindly stuff down there. I like that look. I think we'll do that. Takes care of most of the problem. I say problem. takes care of most of my visual eye twitching when I'm trying to make things look more modern. I feel like it's funny how it's like a sci-fi game. You're warping in stuff, you know, out of thin air, and yet I'm still struggling sometimes to make it look futuristic. It's got a very terrestrial industrial vibe to it. And I have the same problem in Minecraft when I try to do sci-fi stuff. Like I'm trying to get things to look right is rough. So these are actual functioning coal pieces. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Obviously that's not going to stay yellow. That was me painting the floor, designing where everything was going to go. Mostly under the floor anyway, yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think the other thing too is that these help, right? And I could also have like have the pillar system go down a little bit. I'll worry about that later. Really what I want to finish is these upper parts. So I think this entire area, minus the power, all of the power is strung temporarily to help me fly around. This kind of hallway is done. We just have to do these pieces here. And they were a little bit different. I wonder if it's faster to just go along and do each section like one specific piece at a time. Oh, I guess that had to be zooped, didn't it? And then the top parts come out at a different angle or a different depth on this side. So they go just past that little dashed line. Trying to remember the mark. I think it's just... It looks right. Yep. Cool. I feel like these sides are easier. And then what do we do at the top? Just straight up, right? Don't know where the line is on the middle part. It is on the right. Nope. On the left. And that eliminates the need for a little top piece. You got to decide something when stick with it. Yeah, that's the trick, right? That's the hard part. Oh, I don't want to do that. Where am I? Do not want to delete refineries. Nice. Yeah, this side is much cleaner, much more futuristic looking. I like it a lot better. Uh-oh, out of crystal. I would imagine our aluminum stuff is done now too. Yep. Pretty good. Full container. That should allow us to get through what we need to get through. And delete that. I guess I could leave some of this if I ever wanted to, but nothing in there. I'll just leave the copper. It's all going to get destroyed anyway. One scrap, not worth keeping. And I don't think we have any ingots. Nope. One thing I know I didn't have. Don't have any of those. And I needed more crystal. Where do I keep that? That is not a lot. I think I've got a storage bin for crystal. I think it's this one. I can see it being produced down there. I'm pretty sure I've got a bin full before it goes into this awesome sink. Oh, yeah. Let's put some of that back up top. I'm at that stage now where I have to go down before I can go back up because the hypertubes don't reach. So you look really cool with the hover pack on your back inside the tubes, but the handles float outside the tubes. Crystals. That was the long way. That's the wrong tube. I much prefer hypertubes to stairs. Short trips are not too bad. So these are a different color. Yeah. I think I want to return these all to white. Might as well have each machine be... Yeah, I much prefer the white light. We'll just make all the machines white. And I was going to make these ones beige because of the concrete that they make. But I think they're all going to be white. These need lights. And while I have not finished the design, I guess we can do like a third option here. This is a lower railing with black kind of beam connectors. This is just a regular wall. What is another thing we could do along here? I do sort of like the white highlight. I don't think I want to do anything like this. Because these, they still have the same connection problem. They look a little bit more intentional. Like that doesn't look terrible because of the feet on them. It looks like it's almost designed that way. But that's too much. I don't want the big yellow stripy things there. I don't know of anything else. Really, it's just metal beams, walls. We could go maybe with a concrete wall. And then just change the color. I'd have to do like a special... Maybe it's 1,000. Oh, it's not working. I thought I knew how to do that. Zero saturation. That's going to be black. Thought there was a way to do that. The first is the highlights and the second is the foundation color? No. No, this is the secondary color doesn't matter for walls. That matters for flooring. What the secondary color is on foundations is the pattern. Right. So if I change that to 1, it's a purple. 2, it's the reverse. So you can see that it's the secondary color is what the decal goes up as. I thought I had sorted it away. Maybe it's only with the foundations that I can do it. But like if I try to paint this black. I thought I did this the other day. Maybe it only works on these guys? Nope. I could have sworn that we had that sorted out. There's a tip I saw online. Maybe it's the no. I don't know. maybe it only works for white, like bright colors, not black. See, it works on that. I guess that's the difference between the walls. So there's what Satisfactory thinks of as... That's what Satisfactory calls white. So if you look at this swatch, like that is 100% white. Right? And that's what Satisfactory thinks is white. And then this is that trick where you take it and you make it like 1,000 on the brightness. Maybe 10,000? Nope. It works on the foundations though, just not the walls. Because if you make a foundation white from Satisfactory, that's as white as it gets. But that looks much cooler, right? So you can't do it with everything. You can only do it with, I guess, concrete foundations. Yeah, see, like that's super white. If I wanted to do that. Oh, I missed the walls. I've got little wall bits in here. Nope. I almost forgot about those. I did with black and red. Yeah, I remember that. I guess we'll just do... I like the lower railing, so I'll try that again. It's always good to show these tips on videos too, because some people might not know that you can do it. Road barrier. Maybe we'll try to go even lower. Maybe the bottom line on the pillar. What happens if I paint that white? Same color. Just a little bit brighter. Yeah, I think I like the white. It's just a matter of figuring out how we can do these edges, and that, I guess, would just be a matter of... Oh, how would we do that? Grabbing a barrier. That goes up and down, so if we put this sideways... Does that slide sideways? Yeah. Then you'd have to find the right height. And just take it like, just ever so slightly off center. Right, so if that's center, we would just have to go like a little bit that way. And that's not quite enough. Oh, that was a good guess. I mean, it would take an eon to get that in the right spot, so I'm probably going to go with a simpler solution. It's not that important. It's probably going to be those guys. Here they're a little bit closer to the height of it, so it makes a little bit more sense. I just can't think of anything else that I could put there. That doesn't make any sense either. Wait a minute, what if I did that? And then grab this. No. Yeah, there's a few things not quite in the game that really, like, something I like about Minecraft obviously is the very precise corners and things that you can get. Walls. You know, I wonder if a power pole would work. If it was in the right spot. And if it was low enough. Can you nudge these? Like, it would have to be a lot lower than the very precise position. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like it's time for a break anyway. Nothing in there. Signs and lights. Logistics, maybe? No. All those things are too big. Hmm. Apparently I never looked at the power storage. Alright, well, we'll figure it out. In the meantime, it is once again time for my break, and I do try to stick to these because it makes for a smoother streaming afternoon for me. If you're new to the stream, I just step away for a few minutes. Generally, I just get another cup of coffee and get a good stretch in. You should too. Coffee, tea, snacks, maybe even grab a friend, let them know that we're streaming. I'll be right back. And we're back. I'm going to leave it on self-driving to get back to Devastator just because it's easier than trying to navigate this on your own. Possible, but tricky. So I'm still not sure about how we're going to handle the second floor, but I think the priority should be the concrete and finishing the decorations. So we'll get that done for sure. I'd like to turn it on because I really want to check the throughput on the bauxite. I agree, Marcus and Sandy. Yeah, it looks really cool with all the trains moving around. Right, back to work. So I think we've conquered this area. The only thing left to do is actually have the machines powered. Pardon me. Yes, the machines need to be powered. And I don't know where the power is coming into the room yet, so I'll leave that. So we need to just continue on with these. I guess I didn't do the pipes here. Do we think we need the pipes? Just wondering if we need the pipes on the spots that don't use them. I guess it kind of fills in the space, doesn't it? I can always come back. I'd rather finish the full structure so I know kind of where my limits are. I haven't put in the back wall because I don't want to lose too much natural light because it does get really dark in here. Right, so all that's done. This is done. They're all painted the right color. I don't know what I'm going to do for the color of this floor. I feel like I need to change that. Here we've just taken them out. But I feel like this has to be... I don't think I want to make the whole thing black. I feel like I want to make this maybe like a purple and green, something to try and tie it in with Devastator maybe. But, is this done? This one is done. So it's just a matter of finishing this one. That's that. And then we just do the other side here. I think it was just 2. Yeah. And then the line was on the left. grab some lights, and wait for the autosave. Unfortunately, the autosave is taking longer and longer as the save progresses. And I think that's that one done. Yeah, this side is easier. I think this side is easier than the others. Guess. Yeah. Keep on trucking. Unfortunately, that sticks up there. Oh, wait a minute. This is going to be sealed anyway, so that's not a big deal. What's happening here? Oh, I just haven't done all the piping. Right. Valves need to go in. All that stuff. Right. Have not done that yet. So I should probably leave these open. Well, we can always remove them later. God. I do find the zoop feature a little tricky when you can't see what you're doing. Like you're not sure what you're looking at. It just sort of works. And some of it is the slight drift that you get when you're in the hover pack. And it causes you to miss your mark sometimes. Soon you'll have to take a break when the autosave happens. Yeah. BL Andrew does that. I think his autosave is like a good 10 minutes or something. He is really pushing the game. I mean, at that point, I would just set the autosave to be an hour. And that's when I would take my break. Go. That's that. Now this, we're going to have to bring in from way over there. Why are you being so fussy? That's that part. Now this is different because this is 5 machines instead of 3. I'll have to look to see how I did the other bay. I really like how things all start to feel uniform and finished when you throw this kind of stuff together like this. 1 hour to mean you lose a lot of time during a save and getting back to my server after being kicked due to the save. Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 banks of 5. So what's happening here is we've got aluminum scrap and 120 water is coming out as a byproduct. And you can't natively put water or any liquid into the awesome sink. You have to either package it or do something else with it first. So the cheapest thing to do is concrete. So we got limestone and water makes concrete with the wet concrete alternate recipe. And so it takes 120 or 100 water per minute and turns it into 80 concrete. And concrete is something that you just always need anyway. So what's happening here eventually when I do the logistics is that we'll have concrete coming out. It'll probably go back this way, exit out through the subfloor, and then that's the garbage line. But it'll attach itself to the main bus, and then we'll either use it for something else. For example, we've got this wet concrete happening over here that I could just get rid of, and we could put the concrete going up to this line here instead. And then I want to create a new storage room, and I want to start running belts of stuff up to that before it goes to the garbage. So that garbage line is temporary. But what that means is, oh, that doesn't have the right recipe. What that means is the water is constantly being removed from these machines, which means they will always be producing scrap. So we're turning this into concrete and sinking it, essentially, getting it destroyed. Was it 11 machines? Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is end up overclocking them. I think that was the plan. Yeah. 11 refineries, 1 at 80%. So I'm going to end up overclocking some stuff. So I'll have to adjust that, but that's fine. Sacrifices were made to have this all line up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we'll have to put a power shard in one of them to have it go farther. So yeah, 120 times 9 is 1080. And then it's 1080 divided by 100 because that's the number of, it only takes 100. So it'll be 10 machines and one of them will just be overclocked. So I've got lots of concrete, so, or lots of limestone rather. So should not be a problem. What I need to look at though is where we did the seam. So that should be normal. That seam is on the right. That seam is on the right. Okay, so it's really not that different. Just repetitive. It's not right. Can't see which way it's facing. I really wish they had made those symmetrical. The same texture on both sides would be helpful. And there's no key to nudge it vertically. You've got to get it where you want it first. Thankfully, the top part is easier. I do find sometimes it's easier to not use the zooping function. We can put down a bunch of things in a row. Once you get everything in the right spot, then it's better. Do it. Oh, do I do 2 of these or do I only do 1? I think I only do 2 of them. Right, yeah. We are removing the top part. Right? Because this looks awkward. Yeah. Then what did I put back here? Oh, right. Okay. The same thing, just farther back. Right. Nope. So it looks a little bit funny, but at least it keeps the angle of the roof the same on both sides. Yeah, I don't know. The more I look at this, the more I'm not entirely sure I want that stuff all going down the middle like that. It might be cooler to have them here. We could still do a hole in the roof. Because we could have like... three things going up there. That might be cool. It's also, I gotta remember, it's gonna be scrap, so it's gonna be that stuff in the bucket. So there's gonna be a bunch of orange buckets. Pixel Riffs raiding with a huge party of 386. Thanks so much, Pix. I'm sure you were playing Minecraft. What were you doing on stream today? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me go down to the fancy design section of the factory. We're working on making things look cool. Tore down an ocean monument ready for Guardian Farm next week. Oh, right, yes. I remember, I think I saw the sponge, the delight of the sponges in a thumbnail somewhere. True Purple subscribing. Thanks very much, True Purple. I really appreciate the support. Pixar's, thank you ever so much again for the lovely raid. Folks that don't know, I mean, you have to be under a rock in my channel to not know that I do the Spawn Chunks with Pixar's. Obviously go follow Pix on Twitch, go follow Pix on YouTube, does the survival guide, currently in season 3, and clearing an ocean monument. So if you've not done that, you can learn how. I haven't done that in a really long time. I can't say I miss it. But it's good stream content. It's a good chill and chat kind of thing to do. So folks, I've moved some of my schedule around. I now do Satisfactory on Thursdays and then Minecraft on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we are in Satisfactory today. I'll pop over somewhere cool and busy looking to show you where we're at and what we've been working on. So we've got coal and bauxite coming into this factory eventually to make aluminum, and that is what we've been working on. Think about it like a big redstone project where you've got to bring in a bunch of things. And now with the new crafter coming into the game, this stuff is going to be very similar in the kind of things that you can do in Minecraft. I'm still trying to decide on what type of railing I want to have along here, so I've got some variations. Same thing down here. You can see this section is different than that section. That section is lower, so I'm trying to decide like how I want to lay out the details, but the function of everything is going pretty well. And we're trying to decide how we're going to get all of the things that are being produced here up to the next floor and designing it to look good. You don't have to do that. I'll show you some other machines. You can just line them up and have the belts everywhere. This is something I did a long time ago before a lot of these other options were available in the game. So you can see we could do something very similar with just like belts and things moving, and it's cool looking, but sometimes I want to make things look a little bit sharper. And so while this is all nice and functional, I will eventually make some design choices back here as well. I like it sometimes. Like, I like seeing all the belts. Like, this looks cool. I like all this stuff. And we are, of course, designing everything after the Transformer Devastator, which is that guy. I guess I could leave that up a little bit longer. Yeah, so we're designing everything after Devastator. That's why there's a lot of green and purple. But then once we're inside a factory, I've changed it to be a little bit more colorful. Like over here, we're making steel, and steel in the game is kind of like black and red. So we've got a lot of red happening around in here. And this one has more exposed things moving around. And then we've got screws happening down here, and I've done more blue. Wobbly Prime, yes, thank you very much for the reminder. For anybody that's coming in with Pixel Raid, happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans out there. Is this it? No, it's the next floor. So as we've been designing things and we're making screws that come out on these blue trays, right? I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if we made all of the machines blue, and we'll design the walls to be blue eventually and all that kind of stuff. So it's been kind of fun to use more color, because the 1980s Transformers were all primary colors, you know, red and blue and green and purple and all that kind of stuff. We got some purple lights, like, so we're getting there. The function is happening, and the fashion is now being laid over the function. Soundwave-esque, yeah, very close actually. You're right. So all these belts are coming in through here, and then we're pulling the materials that we want off to the side. And eventually, they all come down here. See, there's the coal. And then the bauxite comes down these 4 rows there. Well, 3, actually. Where's the 4th? 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's the 4th there. There's a bunch of little belt things happening underneath the bottom, and then it all goes under the ground. And that's just because I wanted to try and do something that looked clean. It's very similar to someone hiding their redstone behind something in Minecraft, you know? So there is a lot of stuff happening under the floor here, but I wanted to keep it all clean up here, because I think making these machines look slick is kind of a fun design challenge. He was your first Transformers toy? I think mine was Optimus Prime. But once again, folks, thanks again for coming in with that raid. I appreciate that some of you have probably been around for a while, so if you've got a raid and run, I appreciate it. But drop a follow if you haven't already. And you can also check out things like the Joel Duggan VODs channel on YouTube, which just hit 1,000 subscribers. So yay, now I can get copyright notices for all the royalty-free music that I have been using quite legally, and other people have claimed copyright on. Oh, the joys. But it means I can make some additional revenue from YouTube now, which is great. You get an Optimus later. I got a Lego Optimus Prime about 2 years ago. Love it. It's really, really cool. It transforms too. It doesn't transform very well, because Lego kind of falls apart a little bit. But it is a very cool piece of gear. All right, so that's all done. So we need to do this. So you can see, like, here are those machines that I just showed you a little while ago. The refineries have this kind of industrial, kind of like caution tape look to them. And so what we're doing is kind of covering it up a little bit. And there's new features in the game that allow us to nudge these holograms around. So when you're building, if you don't like the way that it is there, you can nudge things around a little bit, which is very cool. So for example, if I want to put this here, but that's out too far, I can lock the hologram by hitting H and then nudge it back with my arrow keys. And you can do increments of 0.5 meter or 1 meter. And it is very handy indeed. I've done decoration like this before, and it took a very long time. And this has come together a lot faster because of the new features in the game. I just realized that all these ones across the top are wrong. I keep forgetting that I gotta bounce this back in by a spell. So once you know the number of steps and you knock it back, then it's very easy to repeat the process. And then you get this nice little ledge, and what that allows me to do is keep the angle of the roof similar to how we're doing it. Yeah, the Lego for Optimus Prime is on the VODs channel, and there should be 2 playlists for Lego. There should be a Lego playlist that has all of my Lego, and then there should be each Lego set should have its own list So currently the plan is to bring things up in the middle. Don't know if we're going to stick with that plan. I can't think of another way to do it. I guess we could try it over here. But let's just go up. So we run into a logistical problem upstairs in terms of the space and how these are organized. But I could maybe make a spectacle of it. We'll see. This is also going to impact how we do any kind of lighting, because the lighting in this game is huge. And you can't always fit them where you want them. So they just don't fit between there, so we might have to come up with a different way to light that stuff, which is going to be tricky. Never gotten the track of planning out vertical builds. Wobbly, do you play Satisfactory? Had Transformers back when I was a little lady back in the late 70s. Nice. Upstairs, upstairs, upstairs. Let's go this way. This one. So here is where all of those machines are setting things up. And what we have to do for each one of these lifts, we need 6 of these. They may or may not be laid out in this fashion. And so it's hard to get them all lined up correctly without turning these around. I would like, from the design perspective, to have all of these face the same way. I could be convinced to turn them left or right and have them all facing left or right. However, one thing that we have the freedom to do, if we do like what I did downstairs, and I put it into a floor hole instead of having a nice open space like this, which I think looks cool, but by having the open floor hole, we can then change the direction of these when they get up here. Right? So we can do whatever we want with them, and it won't affect the way that it looks downstairs. Right? So it stays that angle here, but then it changes the direction up here. So that gives us that possibility. And this is way down here. So it might be worth it in the long run to maybe run these belts and create something unique. It might be worth having like these 9 belts run in a nice kind of area. So rather than each one feeding into each one of these, we might want to move things around a little bit. Lad, not lady. Oh, okay. So I don't know, like we have to kind of think about where all this is going to happen. And I think one idea was to move these back by 1, so then each one would have that, and then so it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. 8, and then 9. So we need 54 of those machines. So 9 rows of 6 works out very well, because then each one of these ends up feeding its own line. And if I do the layout correctly, we could keep it pretty clean. Sometimes when it auto-saves, it freezes, unfortunately. So, now the good news here is that this could turn sideways. This could go straight. And then this could turn around the other way if I wanted to sacrifice the look downstairs. But then up here, that would go there, this would go to this one, and that would go to that one. And then all 3 of these are off by a country mile. So I don't exactly know how to handle this. I wonder if it would be worth it to have the have one of them be a hole and have it be the one in the middle. And then maybe we could just line these up a little differently. I just don't think that there's a reason for me to have a giant space of nothing. You know, I think that's a waste of space. Because I could do the same thing each time. Like I could have, you know, 1, 2, 3 lined up there, and then I could have 1, 2, 3 lined up here, and then I could move all of this down. But then they end up having this space here in the middle. So like if I put that there, that would be there. But then there'd be a double gap there. Well, I mean, maybe that's not that much space. Let's measure this out a little bit better. I guess we have to have the export coming somewhere, right? That's the other thing I have to worry about. So each one of these lines is exporting stuff. So we've got smelter, production smelter. So there'd be a row of smelters there. And really, maybe I don't want to have them so like teetering in balance. Maybe I want to have them on like a full platform. But we've got, let's just say that. Right, so each one of these lines would feed in, but then these have to have an export, so they have to have a way to send stuff out. And we could use this area for that, but then this area here, maybe we just need to have some walkways, you know? Thor, hello, welcome in. Minecraft and Satisfactory says, well, Prime. Last time I was on your Twitch, you showed me how to change the angle of the bends and pipes, and I had to go redo all of mine. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I have that effect on people sometimes. So I guess we could leave gaps, and that would make sense. That would make this a lot easier. These all wouldn't be the same. It just depends on whether we want to do the hole in the floor or whether we want to do that. And really, that's an interchangeable design thing. Like I could make that work in a couple of different ways. But that would really be this entire section right up to here. And I guess after that we just have to figure out which way they're... I mean, they'd send everything towards me. I guess we could use these lanes to collect everything, because this is going to be 30 per minute. Let me bring up my spreadsheet. So aluminum ingot, 1220, 6 Mark III belts or 4 Mark IV belts. So every 2 rows or 3 rows we'd have to condense down. $16 constructors. That would make the most... 4 Mark IV belts would make the most sense. And I guess we've got 2 lanes there. So these would export... I don't know if I would put them down into the ground. And have the belts come out this way. At that point, I would probably cover the whole thing. That actually would make sense. Because then we wouldn't have to worry about this connection. This could just be a floor hole out the back there. I need to go get some more plates. And I feel like I should put a hypertube to this level. I don't think I have one. Let's do that. Let's go with, I guess, here. Oh, I don't have any plates. Okay. That has to happen first. Let's do, I think what I'll do, instead of adding a hypertube up here, I'll add an extension onto this one. And we'll just go down from here. Yeah. And the nice thing about all of this is that when you're trying to make things straight, you can now lock that hologram and move around and nudge things to line up the way that you want. It's so much better than trying to guess. Well, helps if you build it right. Get some power. And then to go back up, I guess I'll just use that for now. Very convenient. Excellent. The Warmbow, hello. You never saw anybody do spreadsheets for layouts? Oh, it's great. It's very handy when you get into really complicated stuff. And I think the most complicated thing I've done is the heavy modular frames, because you really have to bring a lot of materials in and combine them and stuff. And it's not the best spreadsheet in that I don't have any formulas that calculate things for me, because I wanted to put like what the thing was and the rate in the one block. If you really wanted to get fancy, then you could have like, if you had like multiple panels per node in your factory, then you could have like, if you changed this number, you could have this output number change automatically in the spreadsheet. But like I didn't bother to do that. I just need it visually laid out for me. So what we're looking at here is this section here. Aluminum ingot smelters that are 54. 6 rows of 9 or 9 rows of 6. 9 rows of 6 is what we're doing. And then we have to have this output is going to go onto these 2 other sections. And that used to be upstairs, but we no longer need that because we're now using a third of the space here. So we can do all of the constructors and all of the stuff over here. So for an example, I need 16 constructors doing casing, aluminum casing, and I need 6 assemblers doing all-clad sheets. So 16 constructors, they only take up like a single space. So if we look at a constructor, right, they're just this big. And so 16 of them, 4 rows of 4, 2 rows of 8, whatever. It really doesn't take up that much space. Right, so that's it. That's all we need for those. And then assemblers are a little bigger, but we only need 6 of those. And they're still roughly, you know, a foundation wide. So we could do, you know, 1, they're a little bit wider than 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, they almost work out perfectly. I think I messed up on those last 2, but they almost work out perfectly to the right length here. So we could have our constructors and our assemblers take all of the ingots that are coming from here, and then in this little space, we just make everything. I mean, we'd space out a little bit just because I would want to make it look cool, and we'd have to have the space for the belts to come in and all that kind of stuff, because this guy is going to need, you know, the belt coming in and all that kind of stuff, right? Like we'd have to sort that out. And so this wouldn't be enough space for the input for this machine and that machine. But I've got some blueprints that we can do for things like that that I think are quite handy. We might end up also raising this up, you know, so... But that's a considerable amount of space saved. So previously, this entire floor was just making ingots. And then everything else was happening up here, right? Like there's 8 constructors there. Well, no, that's 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 10. And then all of this is now no longer used. I'm not going to tear it out just yet because I could still use the factory for something else if I change the inputs on all of these belts, which would be a kind of a pain in the butt actually, but I could strip the belts out and get them. I could still get this to do something, right? So it's not completely useless, but there's a chance I'm probably gonna rip it out. So yeah, having all of this here, I think it's now just a matter of what we need to do downstairs to make it all look good. I think the only thing that's giving this away as feeling not finished is I don't have a wall in the back here. But this is technically, that's technically the outside wall of what I want Devastator to be. So the next step, oh, I guess we just have to do the other sides of these. We haven't finished the second side. So we're almost there. I kind of bop back and forth as my brain needs to think about what's happening. But yeah, there's just, I know it's sunlight and we wouldn't actually get sunlight, but it would be so neat to do something like that, especially if we took signs and did something cool around this thing. Like imagine if we had this set up with signs. Grab this and then paste and then change the color. Oh, I guess it's the other color. So it's like being taken upstairs to be melted. And if we try to make it look like a cautionary sort of situation, and if I turn on, I can't play like this, but for screenshots, you can use global illumination. You know, like it looks like a laser. You know, let's take the things upstairs and be zapped, right? Like that was the idea behind this, which is why I like it so much. Down here looks pretty good too. It gets dark, unfortunately. So you have to put a lot of lights in. So this place, unfortunately, it might be better to have the holes because even with these here, we can't fit the lights in very well. Object is overlapping. That's annoying. I guess, oh, there we go. So if we actually turn that on, right? So it gives quite a lot of light, but it's a little bit too intense. But then it doesn't really go anywhere. Right, it lights up just where it is, and it doesn't really bounce around much. So we'd have to fill the room with a lot of them, right? Sun is getting low. I thought it was at first just because I had I had lumen on. All right. For anybody that's come in with that raid, thank you ever so much again for hanging out. We will continue to stream. I do take a break once an hour. That gives me a chance to get up and stretch. I would encourage you to do the same. Maybe grab a drink, grab a friend, let them know that we're hanging out and playing Satisfactory. And I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. You get to ride the break train. I will be right back. All right, let's get out of photo mode. And we're back. Is there no footsteps on this? Weird. There's no footsteps on the train station. What about up here? No. Huh. I didn't notice that before. Alright, we can remove this stuff. So I don't know if these are going to be here. I'm probably going to move them. This is not done on this side. And of course we need to sort out the power as well. I don't think we've missed anything here. Oh, lights. I've not done the lights. Which, unfortunately, without Luminon, they're just decorative. They don't actually shed any light. But they do look cool. Does anybody else that play the game always want a more accurate crosshair? Like, I feel like when it changes to a different shape, specifically with the delete, I kind of want this little reticule, you know? Something more specific. Doggo doesn't have the same break times as me, that's fair. Oh, we didn't do the pillars down here either. We'll at least do the pillars. I'm still on the fence about whether I'm going to have pipes on the ones that don't matter. Okay, that finishes that. I need to bring down the angled bits. And I need to bring down my power so I can keep falling out of the sky. And this side isn't done either. Okay. Soup, right? Yeah. That's not the same. We just do it here. Autosave. Oh, I left my water in the other room. Hold on. You know, I've always been really good at, keeping up on drinking water during the day and staying on top of that kind of stuff. But streaming, I get really good at it because I always take a drink on my breaks, and then I always have a glass of water next to me when I'm streaming, just because you kind of have to. And it's meant that like I certainly get enough water during the day. Change that. That's the bottom one done. That's right. And that's just a matter of putting in the top parts. I want to say they were always on the left. I gotta go check. Oh, those are wrong. Dislike. Why? Why, game? Why do you flip things around when I don't want you to? I want to say these are always on the left. Yep. Copy those settings. Not really sure what to do about these walls. And then we just have these last little bits to do at the bottom. And that's that done. I don't think this road is going to end up staying. Because if I wanted to change these to be like shiny concrete, I'd have to make them at least a half foundation thick, which would stick out into there. So I'll have to see what I do. Have not yet decided. In the meantime, I think we'll at least paint them darker color. I do have a... I never know what to do in order to design like flat walls. And in order to make anything interesting, you have to give yourself so much room. It's just like when you're doing things in Minecraft and you realize that you need the extra depth. Oh, I guess we're out of concrete. That won't do. Oh, is Doggo back? I didn't see him. I still don't know how to tame those. I guess you could use the berries. I've not actually done it. Am I low on anything else? Plastic. We might have to go get more plastic. Everything else looks pretty good. I really wish that trick on the foundations for getting things to be a really primary color worked on the walls. I mean, I guess you could always use the other walls, but I prefer the texture of the concrete walls. Because if you don't want to use a full 4-meter wall, you have to use this guy. Where is it? Right? Your options in the other walls are this or this. And then this. And then this. And I much prefer that pattern to this pattern. But in order to get a full blank wall, you have to do like 4 times as many objects. So that's a nice pattern, but like it's so tedious to get that to the way you look. So that's why I end up using these, because it works so much better. All right, let's get these poles off the floor here. Get that out of my way. We will, of course, run the power somewhere where we can't see it later on. Pausing your reminder reminds me how good the audio is in this game. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the audio is pretty good. I love that they've given us all granular control now, too. Like, you can turn the chainsaw down separately from other things, which is nice. That's all good. That's right. Well, safe to say, I got fast at this just in time for it to not matter. I still take some time to build things when the design has multiple bits, but it's not as much time as before. No, you're right. The trick, I think, is committing to memory the are these already saved? Oh, sweet. Is committing to memory the number of nudges. You know, like it was like 3 nudges back, 2 nudges forward, like all that stuff. That made a lot of difference, I think. All right, that is all of the decor down here. At least the first phase of it is done. So I haven't decided what we're going to do with this texture. One possibility would be to change it to concrete, but then also change the color to be more Devastator-like. I'm going to go look at my other factory. I've got a couple of examples of this. I think I started it on the ground floor. I'm not really sure. A little bit. That's gray. Maybe gray and green is the right way to go. Oh, that's totally purple and green. I do like the way that that looks. But I guess we have more gray or more green happening, so maybe we can do that, but we can do it maybe with white and gray, or white and purple. I don't know. Green walks are nice. Yeah. So we could do something like that here. Now, we don't have a way to change the centers of things. That's the straight path. Corners. There is a large crosswalk. So essentially we could have something like this. But then it just kind of ends. Can't really take it down that section. So yeah, there's no real spot to do that kind of thing unless I replace those. It's kind of annoying too because I'd like to do like this caution stuff is fun. Although I guess it doesn't show up. It only shows up on the big ones. But I don't know, it's not, it's a little bit too much. Could do it along here too. And then just change the color. That's not terrible. And I don't know if those are staying. Actually, they're probably not. Given how successful we are with this layout up here, this is probably staying the way that it is. So let's get rid of that. We'll give that a go. See, here we could remove it. that be an actual path. And then maybe if I put the path here. A little bright compared to the other one. Or, do we have a corner? I don't think we... No, it doesn't do corner. The lines do corners. So I could remove this. And then just have lines. I don't know. That's a little... I mean, we can change the color, but it doesn't have to be that bright white. We could change it to be something else. That's a lighter gray. Oop. That's not bad. Music 1, yeah. I like the game quite a bit. I've got almost 1,500 hours in it. 1,000 of those are in this save, so I would say I recommend it. They start you off a lot slower than what you're seeing here. What you're seeing here is kind of like the end. I say not end game. We're like mid game. It gets very complicated, but there's a good learning curve. Like they start you off slowly. All right. Well, let's make sure everything's hooked up the way that we need it to be. So we'll have to get underneath the floor here. We need this pipe to not be so close to everything. I think I might want to take this over by a bit. Maybe we'll run it down there. Although, by leaving it there, it does give us the option to open it up if we need to. So the idea is that this will go there. This will go to there. And then every time we need to hook it up, unfortunately, I thought this was supposed to snap, but it's not going to. So there's a couple things that I want them to fix in the game that reduce the amount of clicks that you have to make. And then this doesn't work quite right. So these have to be Mark IV, I think. 360, yeah. So that doesn't have to go down there. Yeah, this is all old news. This is an experiment that did not go the way that I wanted it to go. So this just takes a nice little turn. This has to be Mark IV. So that gets hooked into there. We do that for each one. And it's probably going to be easier to do that first. That's right, and this is not going to be seen because of that this thing right here. We're going to hide all of this. So that's our aluminum scrap going in. It's 4. 5. That's 6. And then we need a few more. And that is 9. So then all of this just becomes where we need to do a pipe work. Is that the right spot? I feel like I could probably move this over here just to... That way we can run in between it if we need to. It's probably the better way to do it. So we have 9 machines that have to be split in half. So the first split has to happen in front of this machine in the middle. And that's, without the sign there, I think we would be able to get by. Nope. How did I do it down here? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Let's just move it one farther then. I love that you can nudge these. I mean, it won't matter because there's going to be a pipe under there, I guess. Yeah, let's just stick to the original plan. Goodbye to the subfloor forever. You shall not be spoken about again. Yeah, exactly. I'm a little embarrassed that I had to do that, you know? There's the green line. So the way that this is going to work, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's number 5. And then we've got another 4 this way. So this one is going to be split in half. And to keep it from flowing around and doing anything dumb, we're going to put some valves down. So we'll grab normal pipe. And that's putting out scrap and 120 water per minute. So a regular pipe is fine. We will have a regular pipe going that way, regular pipe going that way. But then here, in order to make sure that those continue to flow outward and never kind of go backwards, we're going to add a valve just to make sure. And I don't have any rubber, so we're going to have to go get some rubber. Yeah, now it's centered. Keeping it straight. All right. Rubber, 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 rubber. Oh. There we go. Remind me when I go to get more plastic to check my rubber supply too, because they're both kept in the same spot. All right, so that was that there. Let's double check. Yeah, 2 machines in. So this is where we need to do the valve. And the cool thing about the valve is that not only can you place it, I guess we can just, doesn't really matter. Place it that way. So water is only going to flow that way down the pipe and will not come back. But then we can also decide how much is going to go that way. And so right now, this is kicking out 120. So from here, we only want 60. So 60 will go that way, and then 60 will go that way, splitting that 120. And then from here on, it doesn't matter because we just want them all to join and do good things. And this is where I'm probably going to remove the ceiling here temporarily because it's going to be a lot easier to do this from above than sitting down in here in the mess of it. But I needed those in there in order to place the floor holes. So, yep, that's where that's going to go. So now we can put each one of these down. Oh no. That thing's going to be in my way. Can I nudge this? Yes. So that's another good thing about the nudging, is that if there's something like this that makes an object in the world that moves your stuff around, you can use nudge to override that, which is cool. And I may have to do more valves than I was anticipating. Now those actually line up, which is weird. This may not work the way that I wanted to. Have I done this terribly, terribly wrong? I don't know if we're going to be causing a problem by having this stuff all fed the other way. I guess these will be taking in water. Yeah, this might not work. I might have to drop this stuff underneath and have two pipelines, one loading everything up and then a split and then distributing it. I don't know. We'll have to see. Now we just need... Weirdly, these all lined up. I guess it's just because we're going from 3 bays of 3 to 2 bays of 5. Shouldn't the valves sort things out? Yes. They will sort this line out. There might be backflow here. But it might not matter if these machines are constantly sucking up water. Then it might not be an issue. Oops. Autosave. Can't wrap my brain around a quarter of this, but I've loved watching someone who can at work. Well, thanks very much, Marcus. That's nice of you to say. Again, I've been at this a while, and I've done a number of refinery setups, and I've done a number of piping setups, and this is too tight a space. I should really be giving myself a lot more room, but here we are. I guess the issue is that I was filling in an older space. So we'll see. This might not work, but we'll get there. I have an option. If it doesn't work, I do know of a solution. It's just that solution would be more work than currently this is happening. Oh, stuck. All right, so we've got 3 going out. Missing. That's 4, and that's the middle one. Now I just need to hook up these guys. That's that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all hooked up there. And then down here we need more of these. So in theory, it should work. I like that that is nice and tidy. And then these go here. Obviously, it's easier to hook up the machines before you hook up the main line. It's always easier to backtrack. And so main line to there, to there. All right, so double checking this side. This guy gets split, and then we should have 4. Oh, I missed one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So technically that's all hooked up. And I gotta double check the recipes. Paste those. And now we just have to deal with the stuff coming out the other side. So I'll remove that again, because it'll make my life a lot easier. And we also have to figure out how we're going to do the overclocking. So each one of these takes in 100 water per minute. So that is 1,000. And we need one of them to do a little extra. And so we'll probably just do that over here on this one. So we just need this to be 120 water per minute. So if we do 100. Oh, I need to have the power shard in there first. That's 125. So 90. Can't change those. $110. $95 maybe? There we go. I probably could have done the math on that. So now it's going to take in... no, I needed to do 180. So I need 180%. Yeah, so that takes in 180. And then there'll be 900 and the others. Yeah, so that's 10. And 900 and 180 is my 1080 that I need, right? Yeah, so let's change that here. So I got that wrong. I did the math backwards. So instead we've got actually 10 refineries, and one refinery is at 180%. And so that should be exactly... Oops, that's the wrong key. It should be exactly 1080, which is what we have coming in. So you see that here, 1080 coming in. Brain hurts? Yeah. And then our concrete coming out is going to change too, and that's important to know. So we have 9 times 80. So this is currently going to be 800, but then I have to account for the overclock. And if we go back here, this is going to be 144 per minute. So equals 9 times 80, which is 720. And then 144. 864. So it's less than we had before. But unfortunately, it still needs to be 2 belts. $864. So we'll have 2 lines, and honestly, it's going to be easier to just have each bay on its own line. So this will be its own line, and that'll be its own line. This will just have a faster line. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So 240, 340, 384. So it has to be a Mark IV line. And then this will be 80 times 5. So they'll both be on Mark IV lines, right? Yeah. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. So then now we just have to figure out where they're going to go. They are absolutely going to be going back this way. Probably exiting out through this wall right here. And then we have to get them... Currently I can just put them on one of these belts. I probably have to add 2 actually. Right now we're just going to sync them both. So it's probably best to take them to garbage. We can always add them on to the main bus. As I extend the main bus through the core of Devastator, all of this is going to change. So what we'll do is we will run some big belts from here. I think these are all taken. Yeah, currently. Line these up. And then just take these along here, and we just have to figure out which awesome sink is available. I wish I knew how much was coming on each one of these belts. I mean, obviously all of this bauxite is going to stop because we're going to be turning it into aluminum, right? So that's a possibility. So really, probably these two are our best bets. And all we need to do is just have mergers that will do that. So we'll just merge these down. I guess I'll take this one onto this line. We've got room here, I guess. I forgot they don't like to snap. And then we'll just do a merger. And then this will be overflow, any, and then none for now. And then we'll just do the same thing down here. Right. Any overflow. No. Does that go? Backwards. Any there, overflow forward, and then none. So it's not going to go very well if the bauxite currently gets flowing, but this bauxite won't be here. I'm kind of thinking in the future that should be good. I mean, we can always add more awesome sinks in the future if we need to. The problem right now is that I've got a lot of stuff being sunk that is currently going to be turned into production stuff. Customizer, concrete wall. Minecraft Melly, thanks for the tier 1 sub. 9 months. That is the fire keystone badge. That's my favorite one. Thanks ever so much. I really appreciate the support. Welcome in. That's going to go there. Doesn't have to, but it's going to be the easiest thing for now. I think I'm going to actually connect them over here. So I might make this be something that zigzags a little bit. And then we have to get them up to 2nd level. So that'll be good. Now these, I don't think I need those. All I'm going to need here is just 2 lines. The first line will be here. And I just need mergers. Green arrows are all pointing that way. Do the math again quickly. So this is going to be setting 80. So we've got 80, 160, 240, and then 320, and then 464. That's still under 480. Okay. Good. This goes straight out. And I guess we'll just snake this over to the side. Do the same thing with this one. I know it's getting dark, but I want to try and complete this. I'll try to finish this up here. Okay. And then this other line has to go all the way back here. Oh, that's not right. And now we have to connect the machines. And this 80, so these only have to be 120 belts. Let's just line it up maybe here. With all of this being under the floor, I don't need to have these supports hanging around. There's no need for them. And then now we just need to hook up these ones. A little tighter, still very doable. Right, so that's the export done for those. I just need to hook them up to the belts. This will be a lift. And they're both on the same level. I'll do it like this for now. And then we'll switch it up later. Actually, Yeah, we'll just do it like this for now. Merger. That's not right. Oh, silly snapping. That gets the concrete going towards the awesome sinks. And that's all going to be hidden behind a wall. Nice. So the only thing left to do before hooking up the material is going to be to, one, make sure that this has got somewhere to go, because that's going to back up immediately. So we'll have to do, I guess really the whole production line is going to be done before I can turn it on. So that's going to be kind of a pain, kind of risky. And then I guess we'll have to figure out power. So power, I haven't decided if I'm going to bring the power in from next door, have it on its own circuit, or if I want to try to have the power for each facility kind of come in on its own. So currently we've got a line right there, but it's not the prettiest. I'd like to try to hide it somewhere. So we can kind of bring something through. If I decided I wanted to remove this, go with something like this. Like if this was symmetrical and I liked it, then we could have a little bit of a space here. Hard to see. We could bring the power along underneath here. So it would be something like this. This would obviously be closed up. Oh, that's going to have to be a double hole. And then from there, we could have an official power come in to a, I guess, a priority power switch. We'd have to link this up correctly. And then this would go out. I have to turn it on first, I guess. So that would be where we would put the power into the factory, but we would run it up into the ceiling. So we would have a space above here. Oh, nope. We will have to figure out where to do that. So this is why I wanted to do it in the corners, because in the corners we end up with more room to come up and do stuff. See, like here we're up into the ceiling. No, that's the next floor. Oh man, yeah, this can be tricky. Definitely a problem for another day. Yeah, getting power into this space. It might be a lot easier to go from that corner over here because we've got this cavity wall here. So it might be better to come in, although I'm not sure where. That's tricky because that's the floor of the next level. Did not leave myself any space there. Got to change all the power grid now and set all the priority different spots. Yeah, that's eventually what's going to happen. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we might have to bring the power in specifically through here. It might have to come along to here. I always find it really strange that the AB on the power switches is something that you can't change. I wish you could, because then you always have to face them the right way. So from here, we could easily get up into this ceiling section. We could run the power probably over this way. That's the outside. So all of this is in like hidden in a cavity wall. So we could get the power running here and then start running it down each line. We would have to maybe use this section for power. That's probably a good idea for this, actually. And that would power all the machines. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's encased anyway. Future Joel problem. Yeah. Well, Future Joel as in like next time I stream Satisfactory Joel. That's what's going to happen. It will look better when we, of course, remove all of these silly poles hanging out in the middle. I've been leaving it there so I can fly around. But what started off as just a plan a week ago is now all complete. At least logistically. So now it becomes power and the final aesthetics. Obviously removing things like the green and deciding what to do with this wall. Because this is just an empty cavity wall for all kinds of goodies. It's too bad that we don't have powered floors, because I feel like you'd be able to run your power down the cavity wall and into the floor and you'd be set, you know? Instead of having to hide it all. So the way that we've been doing it, if I can get back up there, is I've got one set of machines hooked up. And so we pulled power through the machine back to this node and then string it to the ceiling somehow. And what that does is, if we go down and look at the machine, you can still see the power connection, but the cable itself, you just see a little black cable. It goes through the machine back up into the wall, so it essentially hides it. Which is better than what you have to do when you don't hide the cable, which I think I've done next door. It can look cool sometimes if that's what you're going for, but when you don't hide the cable, first you get sucked into a hypertube that you don't want to be sucked into. Yeah, see, these are all powered by below. So that's all hidden down here, but you still get this weird cable kind of floating in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, if they auto A and B themselves, depending on which is closer to the generator or something, or even just having it be something you could switch. You know, like have it be a toggle. Like have it be a toggle and an arrow inside the priority power switch. Where is it? Sorry for all the flashing. Right? So like that's A and that's B. So that's in, that's out. And what I want it to be, just give me a switch here that says, you know, this is aluminum. That probably doesn't fit either. No, see, that's the other thing I don't like about it, is that you can't fit proper names for things. Right? But in this interface here, just being able to pop like AB, give like AB right there, you know, just switch them. So this could be A and this could be B, right? So out would be here, which means I wouldn't have to like go around the horn. I mean, this is quick and dirty. I would find a better way to do it. You could potentially have this face sideways and have it come straight through. Like there's ways to do it, but if you want to do anything like hide these in a wall, because you can do cool stuff with these if you want to like make them look like they're part of the structure, right? Not always ideal, but it's possible. Anyway, folks, I'm going to run. I'm going to pass you along to somebody else playing, I believe, probably Minecraft, because there's not always a lot of Satisfactory players hanging out online. Yeah, let's send everybody along to Slice Lime, who is live. And they are great. I'm sure you will enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I'm going to run and do some errands. I really appreciate everyone being here. Thanks ever so much for the lovely subscriptions. If you're part of that Pixel Riffs raid, thanks again for hanging out, sticking around. I know it's always a little bit different when you're going from Minecraft to a different game, but I'll be back. Tomorrow is Friday. I'll be back playing Minecraft tomorrow at 1 o'clock Atlantic. That's UTC minus 4 hours. And you can check out all of the VODs for all of the things that I've been doing at Joel Duggan VODs on YouTube. Again, thank you ever so much to everybody that's subbed over there. You can, of course, check me out on social media. Joel Duggan, very easy to find. And last but not least, Patreon is a great way to support the stream. Less than a cup of coffee a month. Support your favorite streamers. I have one. A lot of people have them. It's great. It auto-renews. You get access to the Discord, and it keeps me streaming. So I really appreciate all of you. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now.